Hello there, my old friend. Tonight, our quest takes us through a collection of old fairy tales written down by Hans Christian Andersen. Now, settle in, take a deep breath, and let's travel back to an age of myth and legend. The Bell. In the narrow streets of a large town, people often heard in the evening when the sun was setting, and his last rays gave a golden tint to the chimney pots, a strange noise which resembled the sound of a church bell. It only lasted an instant, for it was lost in the continual roar of traffic and hum of voices which rose from the town. The evening bell is ringing, people used to say. The sun is setting. Those who walked outside the town, where the houses were less crowded and interspersed by gardens and little fields, saw the evening sky much better and heard the sound of the bell much more clearly. It seemed as though the sound came from a church, deep in the calm, fragrant wood, and thither people looked with devout feelings. A considerable time elapsed. One said to the other, "I really wonder if there is a church out in the wood. The bell has indeed a strange sweet sound. Shall we go there and see what the cause of it is?" The rich drove, the poor walked, but the way seemed to them extraordinarily long, and when they arrived at a number of willow trees on the border of the wood, they sat down, looked up into the great branches, and thought they were now really in the wood. A confectioner from the town also came out and put up a stall there. Then came another confectioner who hung a bell over his stall, which was covered with pitch to protect it from the rain, but the clapper was wanting. When people came home, they used to say that it had been very romantic, and that really means something else than merely taking tea. 3 persons declared that they had gone as far as the end of the wood. They had always heard the strange sound, but there it seemed to them as if it came from the town. One of them wrote verses about the bell and said that it was like the voice of a mother speaking to an intelligent and beloved child. No tune, he said, was sweeter than the sound of the bell. The emperor of the country heard of it and declared that he who would really find out where the sound came from should receive the title of bell ringer to the world, even if there was no bell at all. Now many went out into the wood for the sake of this splendid birth, but only one of them came back with some sort of explanation. None of them had gone far enough, nor had he, and yet he said that the sound of the bell came from a large owl in a hollow tree. It was a wisdom owl, which continually knocked its head against the tree, but he was unable to say with certainty whether its head or the hollow trunk of the tree was the cause of the noise. He was appointed bell ringer to the world, and wrote every year a short dissertation on the owl. But by this means, people did not become any wiser than they had been before. It was just confirmation day. The clergyman had delivered a beautiful and touching sermon. The candidates were deeply moved by it. It was indeed a very important day for them. They were all at once transformed from mere children to grown-up people. The childish soul was to fly over, as it were, into a more reasonable being. The sun shone most brightly, and the sound of the great unknown bell was heard more distinctly than ever. They had a mind to go thither, all except 3. One of them wished to go home and try on her ball dress, for this very dress and the ball were the cause of her being confirmed this time. Otherwise, she would not have been allowed to go. The second, a poor boy, had borrowed a coat and a pair of boots from the son of his landlord to be confirmed in, and he had to return them at a certain time. The third said that he never went into strange places if his parents were not with him. He had always been a good child and wished to remain so, even after being confirmed, and they ought not to tease him for this. They, however, did it all the same. These three, therefore, did not go. The others went on. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the confirmed children sang too, holding each other by the hand, for they had no position yet, and they were all equal in the eyes of God. Two of the smallest soon became tired and returned to the town. Two little girls sat down and made garlands of flowers. They therefore did not go on. When the others arrived at the willow trees, where the confectioner had put up his stall, they said, "Now we are out here. The bell does not in reality exist. It is only something that people imagine." Then suddenly the sound of the bell was heard so beautifully and solemnly from the wood that 4 or 5 made up their minds to go still further on. The wood was very thickly grown. It was difficult to advance. Wood lilies and anemones grew almost too high. Flowering convolvuli and brambles were hanging like garlands from tree to tree, while the nightingales were singing and the sunbeams played. That was very beautiful, but a way was unfit for the girls. They would have torn their dresses. Large rocks, covered with moss of various hues, were lying about. The fresh spring water rippled forth with a peculiar sound. "I don't think that can be the bell," said one of the confirmed children, and then he lay down and listened. "We must try to find out if it is." And there he remained and let the others walk on. They came to a hut built of the bark of trees and branches. A large crab apple tree spread its branches over it, as if it intended to pour all its fruit on the roof, upon which roses were blooming. The long boughs covered the gable, where a little bell was hanging. Was this the one they had heard? All agreed that it must be so, except one who said that the bell was too small and too thin to be heard at such a distance, and that it had quite a different sound to that which had so touched men's hearts. He who spoke was a king's son, and therefore the others said that such a one always wishes to be cleverer than other people. Therefore they let him go alone, and as he walked on, the solitude of the wood produced a feeling of reverence in his breast. But still he heard the little bell about which the others rejoiced, and sometimes, when the wind blew in that direction, he could hear the sounds from the confectioner's stall, where the others were singing at tea. But the deep sounds of the bell were much stronger. Soon it seemed to him as if an organ played an accompaniment. The sound came from the left, from the side where the heart is. Now something rustled among the bushes, and a little boy stood before the king's son, in wooden shoes, and such a short jacket that the sleeves did not reach to his wrists. They knew each other. The boy was the one who had not been able to go with them, because he had to take the coat and boots back to his landlord's son. That he had done, and had started again in his wooden shoes and old clothes, for the sound of the bell was too enticing. He felt he must go on. "We might go together," said the king's son. But the poor boy with the wooden shoes was quite ashamed. He pulled at the short sleeves of his jacket and said that he was afraid he could not walk so fast. Besides, he was of opinion that the bell ought to be sought at the right. for there was all that was grand and magnificent. "Then we shall not meet," said the king's son, nodding to the poor boy, who went into the deepest part of the wood, where the thorns tore his shabby clothes and scratched his hands, face, and feet until they bled. The king's son also received several good scratches, but the sun was shining on his way, and it is he whom we will now follow, for he was a quick fellow. "I will and must find the bell," he said, "if I have to go to the end of the world." Ugly monkeys sat high in the branches and clenched their teeth. "Shall we beat him?" they said. "Shall we thrash him? He is a king's son." But he walked on undaunted, deeper and deeper into the wood, where the most wonderful flowers were growing. There were standing white star lilies with blood-red stamens, sky-blue tulips shining when the wind moved them, apple trees covered with apples like large glittering soap bubbles. Only think how resplendent these trees were in the sunshine. All around were beautiful green meadows, where hart and hind played in the grass. There grew magnificent oaks and beech trees, and if the bark was split of any of them, long blades of grass grew out of the clefts. There were also large smooth lakes in the wood, on which the swans were swimming about and flapping their wings. The king's son often stood still and listened. Sometimes he thought that the sound of the bell rose up to him out of one of these deep lakes, but soon he found that this was a mistake, and that the bell was ringing still farther in the wood. Then the sun set, the clouds were as red as fire. It became quiet in the wood. He sank down on his knees, sang an evening hymn and said, "I shall never find what I am looking for. Now the sun is setting, and the night, the dark night, is approaching. Yet I may perhaps see the round sun once more before he disappears beneath the horizon. I will climb up these rocks. They are as high as the highest trees." And then, taking hold of the creepers and roots, he climbed up on the wet stones, where water snakes were wriggling and the toads, as it were, barked at him. He reached the top before the sun, seen from such a height, had quite set. Oh, what a splendor! The sea, the great majestic sea, which was rolling its long waves against the shore, stretched out before him, and the sun was standing like a large bright altar, and there where sea and heaven met, all melted together in the most glowing colours. The wood was singing, and his heart too. The whole of nature was one large holy church, in which the trees and hovering clouds formed the pillars, the flowers and grass the woven velvet carpet, and heaven itself was the great cupola. Up there the flame colour vanished as soon as the sun disappeared, but millions of stars were lighted. Diamond lamps were shining, and the king's son stretched his arms out towards heaven, towards the sea, and towards the wood. Then suddenly the poor boy with the short-sleeved jacket and the wooden shoes appeared. He had arrived just as quickly on the road he had chosen, and they ran towards each other and took one another's hand in the great cathedral of nature and poesy, and above them sounded the invisible holy bell. Happy spirits surrounded them, singing hallelujahs and rejoicing. The bell deep. Ding dong, ding dong. It sounds up from the bell deep in the Odense Au. Every child in the old town of Odense, on the island of Funen, knows the Au, which washes the gardens round about the town, and flows on under the wooden bridges from the dam to the watermill. In the Au grow the yellow water lilies and brown feathery reeds. The dark velvety flag grows there, high and thick. Old and decayed willows, slanting and tottering, hang far out over the stream beside the monk's meadow and by the bleaching ground. But opposite there are gardens upon gardens, each different from the rest, some with pretty flowers and bowers like little dolls' pleasure grounds, often displaying cabbage and other kitchen plants. And here and there the gardens cannot be seen at all, for the great elder trees that spread themselves out by the bank and hang far out over the streaming waters, which are deeper here and there than an oar can fathom. Opposite the old nunnery is the deepest place, which is called the Bell Deep, and there dwells the old water spirit, the Oman. This spirit sleeps through the day while the sun shines down upon the water. But in starry and moonlit nights he shows himself. He is very old. Grandmother says that she has heard her own grandmother tell of him. He is said to lead a solitary life and to have nobody with whom he can converse save the great old church bell. Once the bell hung in the church tower, but now there is no trace left of the tower or of the church, which was called St. Albans. Ding dong, sounded the bell, when the tower still stood there. And one evening, while the sun was setting and the bell was swinging away bravely, it broke loose and came flying down through the air, the brilliant metal shining in the ruddy beam. Ding dong, now I'll retire to rest, sang the bell, and flew down into the Odense Au, where it is deepest, and that is why the place is called the Bell Deep. But the bell got neither rest nor sleep. Down in the Oman's haunt it sounds and rings, so that the tones sometimes pierce upward through the waters, and many people maintain that its strains forebode the death of someone. But that is not true, for the bell is only talking with the Oman, who is now no longer alone. And what is the bell telling? It is old, very old, as we have already observed. It was there long before grandmother's grandmother was born, and yet it is but a child in comparison with the Oman, who is quite an old quiet personage, an oddity, with his hose of eel skin, and his scaly jacket with the yellow lilies for buttons, and a wreath of reed in his hair and seaweed in his beard. But he looks very pretty for all that. What the bell tells, to repeat it all would require years and days, for year by year it is telling the old stories, sometimes short ones, sometimes long ones, according to its whim. It tells of old times, of the dark, hard times. Thus, in the church of St. Alban, the monk had mounted up into the tower. He was young and handsome, but thoughtful exceedingly. He looked through the loophole out upon the Odense Au, when the bed of the water was yet broad, and the monk's meadow was still a lake. He looked out over it, and over the rampart, and over the nuns' hill opposite, where the convent lay, and the light gleamed forth from the nun's cell. He had known the nun right well, and he thought of her, and his heart beat quicker as he thought. Ding dong, ding dong. Yes, this was the story the bell told. Into the tower came also the dapper manservant of the bishop, and when I, the bell, who am made of metal, rang hard and loud, and swung to and fro, I might have beaten out his brains. He sat down close under me, and played with two little sticks, as if they had been a stringed instrument, and he sang to it. Now I may sing it out aloud, though at other times I may not whisper it. I may sing of everything that is kept concealed behind lock and bars. Yonder It is cold and wet. The rats are eating her up alive. Nobody knows of it. Nobody hears of it. Not even now, for the bell is ringing and singing its loud ding-dong, ding-dong. There was a king in those days. They called him Canute. He bowed himself before bishop and monk. But when he offended the free peasants with heavy taxes and hard words, they seized their weapons and put him to flight like a wild beast. He sought shelter in the church and shut gate and door behind him. The violent band surrounded the church. I heard tell of it. The crows, ravens and magpies started up in terror at the yelling and shouting that sounded around. They flew into the tower and out again. They looked down upon the throng below, and they also looked into the windows of the church and screamed out aloud what they saw there. King Canute knelt before the altar in prayer. His brothers Eric and Benedict stood by him as a guard with drawn swords. But the king's servant, the treacherous Blake, betrayed his master. The throng in front of the church knew where they could hit the king, and one of them flung a stone through a pane of glass, and the king lay there dead. The cries and screams of the savage horde and of the birds sounded through the air, and I joined in it also, for I sang, ding-dong, ding-dong. The church bell hangs high and looks far around and sees the birds around it and understands their language. The wind roars in upon it through windows and loopholes, and the wind knows everything, for he gets it from the air, which encircles all things, and the church bell understands his tongue and rings it out into the world. Ding-dong, ding-dong. But it was too much for me to hear and to know. I was not able any longer to ring it out. I became so tired, so heavy, that the beam broke, and I flew out into the gleaming owl, where the water is deepest, and where the Oman lives, solitary and alone. And year by year I tell him what I have heard and what I know. Ding-dong, ding-dong. Thus it sounds complainingly out of the bell deep in the Odense owl. That is what grandmother told us. But the schoolmaster says that there was not any bell that rung down there, for that it could not do so, and that no owlman dwelt yonder, for there was no owlman at all. And when all the other church bells are sounding sweetly, he says that it is not really the bells that are sounding, but that it is the air itself which sends forth the notes. And grandmother said to us that the bell itself said it was the air who told it to him. Consequently, they are agreed on that point, and this much is sure. Be cautious, cautious, and take good heed to thyself, they both say. The air knows everything. It is around us. It is in us. It talks of our thoughts and of our deeds, and it speaks longer of them than does the bell down in the depths of the Odense owl, where the owlman dwells. It rings it out in the vault of heaven, far, far out, forever and ever, till the heaven bells sound, ding-dong, ding-dong. The bird of popular song. In is winter time. The earth wears a snowy garment and looks like marble hewn out of the rock. The air is bright and clear. The wind is sharp as a well-tempered sword, and the trees stand like branches of white coral or blooming almond twigs. And here it is keen, as on the lofty Alps. The night is splendid in the gleam of the northern lights, and in the glitter of innumerable twinkling stars. But we sit in the warm room, by the hot stove, and talk about the old times. And we listened to this story. By the open sea was a giant's grave, and on the grave mound sat at midnight the spirit of the buried hero who had been a king. The golden circlet gleamed on his brow, his hair fluttered in the wind, and he was clad in steel and iron. He bent his head mournfully and sighed in deep sorrow, as an unquiet spirit might sigh, and a ship came sailing by. Presently the sailors lowered the anchor and landed. Among them was a singer, and he approached the royal spirit and said, "Why mournest thou, and wherefore dost thou suffer thus?" And the dead man answered, "No one has sung the deeds of my life. They are dead and forgotten. Song doth not carry them forth over the lands, nor into the hearts of men. Therefore I have no rest and no peace." And he spoke of his works and of his warlike deeds, which his contemporaries had known, but which had not been sung, because there was no singer among his companions. Then the old bard struck the strings of his harp, and sang of the youthful courage of the hero, of the strength of the man, and of the greatness of his good deeds. Then the face of the dead one gleamed like the margin of the cloud in the moonlight. Gladly and of good courage, the form arose in splendor and in majesty, and vanished like the glancing of the northern light. Naught was to be seen but the green turfy mound, with the stones on which no runic record has been graven. But at the last sound of the harp there soared over the hill, as though he had fluttered from the harp, a little bird, a charming singing bird, with ringing voice of the thrush, with the moving voice pathos of the human heart, with a voice that told of home, like the voice that is heard by the bird of passage. The singing bird soared away, over mountain and valley, over field and wood. He was the bird of popular song, who never dies. We hear his song. We hear it now in the room while the white bees are swarming without, and the storm clutches the windows. The bird sings not alone the requiem of heroes. He sings also sweet gentle songs of love, so many and so warm, of northern fidelity and truth. He has stories in words and in tones. He has proverbs and snatches of proverbs, songs which, like runes laid under a dead man's tongue, force him to speak, and thus popular song tells of the land of his birth. In the old heathen days, in the times of the Vikings, the popular speech was enshrined in the harp of the bard. In the days of knightly castles, when the strongest fist held the scales of justice, when only might was right, and a peasant and a dog were of equal importance, where did the bird of song find shelter and protection? Neither violence nor stupidity gave him a thought, but in the gabled window of the knightly castle, the lady of the castle sat with the parchment roll before her, and wrote down the old recollections in song and legend, while near her stood the old woman from the wood, and the travelling peddler who went wandering through the country. As these told their tales, there fluttered around them, with twittering and song, the bird of popular song, who never dies so long as the earth has a hill upon which his foot may rest. And now he looks in upon us and sings. Without are the night and the snowstorm. He lays the runes beneath our tongues, and we know the land of our home. Heaven speaks to us in our native tongue, in the voice of the bird of popular song. The old remembrances awake, the faded colours glow with a fresh lustre, and story and song pour us a blessed draught, which lifts up our minds and our thoughts so that the evening becomes as a Christmas festival. The snowflakes chase each other, the ice cracks, the storm rules without, for he has the might, he is Lord, but not the Lord of all. It is wintertime. The wind is sharp as a two-edged sword. The snowflakes chase each other. It seems as though it had been snowing for days and weeks, and the snow lies like a great mountain over the whole town, like a heavy dream of the winter night. Everything on the earth is hidden away. Only the golden cross of the church, the symbol of faith, arises over the snow grave and gleams in the blue air and in the bright sunshine. And over the buried town fly the birds of heaven, the small and the great. They twitter and they sing as best they may, each bird with his beak. First comes the band of sparrows. They pipe at every trifle in the streets and lanes, in the nests and the houses. They have stories to tell about the front buildings and the back buildings. We know the buried town, they say. Everything living in it is peep, peep, peep. The black ravens and crows flew on over the white snow. Grub, grub, they cried. There's something to be got down there, something to swallow, and that's most important. That's the opinion of most of them down there, and the opinion is goo goo good. The wild swans come flying on whirring pinions and sing of the noble and the great that will still sprout in the hearts of men, down in the town, which is resting beneath its snowy veil. No death is there. Life reigns yonder. We hear it on the notes that swell onward like the tones of the church organ, which sees us like sounds from the elf hill, like the songs of Ossian, like the rushing swoop of the wandering spirit's wings. What harmony! That harmony speaks to our hearts and lifts up our souls. It is the bird of popular song whom we hear, and at this moment the warm breath of heaven blows down from the sky. There are gaps in the snowy mountains. The sun shines into the clefts. Spring is coming. The birds are returning. And new races are coming with the same home sounds in their hearts. Hear the story of the year. The night of the snowstorm. The heavy dream of the winter night. All shall be dissolved. All shall rise again in the beauteous notes of the bird of popular song, who never dies. The Bishop of Borglum and his warriors. Our scene is laid in northern Jutland, in the so-called Wild Moor. We hear what is called the Wester Wow Wow, the peculiar roar of the North Sea as it breaks against the western coast of Jutland. It rolls and thunders with a sound that penetrates for miles into the land, and we are quite near the roaring. Before us rises a great mound of sand, a mountain we have long seen, and towards which we are wending our way, driving slowly along through the deep sand. On this mountain of sand is a lofty old building, the convent of Borglum. In one of its wings, the larger one, there is still a church, and at this convent we now arrive in the late evening hour. But the weather is clear in the bright June night around us, and the eye can range far, far over field and moor to the Bay of Aalborg, over heath and meadow, and far across the deep blue sea. Now we are there, and roll past between barns and other farm buildings, and at the left of the gate we turn aside to the old castle farm, where the lime trees stand in lines along the walls, and, sheltered from the wind and weather, grow so luxuriantly that their twigs and leaves almost conceal the windows. We mount the winding staircase of stone and march through the long passages under the heavy roof beams. The wind moans very strangely here, both within and without. It is hardly known how, but the people say, yes, people say a great many things when they are frightened or want to frighten others. They say that the old dead choirmen glide silently past us into the church where Mass is sung. They can be heard in the rushing of the storm, and their singing brings up strange thoughts in the hearers, thoughts of the old times into which we are carried back. On the coast a ship is stranded, and the bishop's warriors are there, and spare not those whom the sea has spared. The sea washes away the blood that has flowed from the cloven skulls. The stranded goods belong to the bishop, and there is a store of goods here. The sea casts up tubs and barrels filled with costly wine for the convent cellar, and in the convent is already good store of beer and mead. There is plenty in the kitchen, dead game and poultry, hams and sausages, and fat fish swim in the ponds without. The Bishop of Borglum is a mighty lord. He has great possessions, but still he longs for more. Everything must bow before the mighty Olaf Glob. His rich cousin at Thailand is dead, and his widow is to have the rich inheritance. But how comes it that one relation is always harder towards another than even strangers would be? The widow's husband had possessed all Thailand, with the exception of the church property. Her son was not at home. In his boyhood, he had already started on a journey, for his desire was to see foreign lands and strange people. For years there had been no news of him. Perhaps he had been long laid in the grave, and would never come back to his home, to rule where his mother then ruled. "What has a woman to do with rule?" said the bishop. He summoned the widow before a law court, but what did he gain thereby? The widow had never been disobedient to the law, and was strong in her just rights. "Bishop Olaf of Borglum, what dost thou purpose? What writest thou on yonder smooth parchment, sealing it with thy seal, and entrusting it to the horsemen and servants, who ride away, far away, to the city of the Pope? It is the time of falling leaves and of stranded ships, and soon icy winter will come." Twice had icy winter returned before the bishop welcomed the horsemen and servants back to their home. They came from Rome with a papal decree, a ban or bull, against the widow who had dared to offend the pious bishop. Cursed be she and all that belongs to her. Let her be expelled from the congregation and the church. Let no man stretch forth a helping hand to her, and let friends and relations avoid her as a plague and a pestilence. "What will not bend must break," said the Bishop of Borglum, "and all forsake the widow, but she holds fast to her God. He is her helper and defender." One servant only, an old maid, remained faithful to her, and with the old servant, the widow herself followed the plough, and the crop grew, although the land had been cursed by the Pope and by the bishop. "Thou child of perdition, I will yet carry out my purpose," cried the Bishop of Borglum. "Now will I lay the hand of the Pope upon thee, to summon thee before the tribunal that shall condemn thee." Then did the widow yoke the last 2 oxen that remained to her to a wagon, and mounted up on the wagon with her old servant, and travelled away across the heath out of the Danish land. As a stranger she came into a foreign country, where a strange tongue was spoken, and where new customs prevailed. Farther and farther she journeyed, to where green hills rise into mountains, and the vine clothes their sides. Strange merchants drive by her, and they look anxiously after their wagons laden with merchandise. They fear an attack from the armed followers of the robber knights. The two poor women, in their humble vehicle drawn by two black oxen, travel fearlessly through the dangerous sunken road and through the darksome forest. And now they were in Franconia, and there met them a stalwart knight with a train of 12 armed followers. He paused, gazed at the strange vehicle, and questioned the women as to the goal of their journey and the place whence they came. Then one of them mentioned Thailand in Denmark, and spoke of her sorrows, of her woes, which were soon to cease, for so divine providence had willed it. For the stranger knight is the widow's son. He seized her hand, he embraced her, and the mother wept. For years she had not been able to weep, but had only bitten her lips till the blood started. It is the time of falling leaves and of stranded ships, and soon will icy winter come. The sea rolled wine tubs to the shore for the bishop's cellar. In the kitchen, the deer roasted on the spit before the fire. At Borglum, it was warm and cheerful in the heated rooms, while cold winter raged without, when a piece of news was brought to the bishop. Jens Glob of Thailand has come back, and his mother with him. Jens Glob laid a complaint against the bishop, and summoned him before the temporal and the spiritual court. That will avail him little, said the bishop. Best leave off thy efforts, Knight Jens. Again, it is the time of falling leaves and stranded ships. Icy winter comes again, and the white bees are swarming, and sting the traveller's face till they melt. Keen weather today, say the people, as they step in. Jens Glob stands so deeply wrapped in thought that he singes the skirt of his wide garment. Thou Borglum bishop, he exclaims, I shall subdue thee after all. Under the shield of the Pope, the law cannot reach thee, but Jens Glob shall reach thee. Then he writes a letter to his brother-in-law, Olaf Hase, in Sallingland, and prays that night to meet him on Christmas Eve, at Mass, in the church at Vidberg. The bishop himself is to read the Mass, and consequently will journey from Borglum to Thailand, and this is known to Jens Glob. Moorland and meadow are covered with ice and snow. The marsh will bear horse and rider, the bishop with his priests and armed men. They ride the shortest way, through the waving reeds, where the wind moans sadly. Blow thy brazen trumpet, thou trumpeter clad in foxskin. It sounds merrily in the clear air. So they ride on over heath and moorland, over what is the garden of Fata Morgana in the hot summer, though now icy, like all the country, towards the church of Vidberg. The wind is blowing his trumpet too, blowing it harder and harder. He blows up a storm, a terrible storm, that increases more and more. Towards the church they ride, as fast as they may through the storm. The church stands firm, but the storm careers on over field and moorland, over land and sea. Borglum's bishop reaches the church, but Olaf Hase will scarce do so, however hard he may ride. He journeys with his warriors on the farther side of the bay, in order that he may help Jens Glob, now that the bishop is to be summoned before the judgment seat of the highest. The church is the judgment hall, the altar is the council table. The lights burn clear in the heavy brass candelabra. The The storm reads out the accusation and the sentence, roaming in the air over moor and heath, and over the rolling waters. No ferry boat can sail over the bay in such weather as this. Olaf Hase makes halt at Ottersward. There he dismisses his warriors, presents them with their horses and harness, and gives them leave to ride home and greet his wife. He intends to risk his life alone in the roaring waters, but they are to bear witness for him that it is not his fault if Jens Glob stands without reinforcement in the church at Vidberg. The faithful warriors will not leave him, but follow him out into the deep waters. 10 of them are carried away, but Olaf Hase and 2 of the youngest men reach the farther side. They have still 4 miles to ride. It is past midnight. It is Christmas. The wind has abated. The church is lighted up. The gleaming radiance shines through the window frames and pours out over meadow and heath. The Mass has long been finished. Silence reigns in the church, and the wax is heard dropping from the candles to the stone pavement. And now Olaf Hase arrives. In the forecourt, Jens Glob greets him kindly and says, "I have just made an agreement with the bishop." "Sayest thou so?" replied Olaf Hase. "Then neither thou nor the bishop shall quit this church alive." And the sword leaps from the scabbard, and Olaf Hase deals a blow that makes the panel of the church door, which Jens Glob hastily closes between them, fly in fragments. "Hold, brother. First hear what the agreement was that I made. I have slain the bishop and his warriors and priests. They will have no word more to say in the matter, nor will I speak again of all the wrong that my mother has endured." The long wicks of the altar lights glimmer red, but there is a redder gleam upon the pavement, where the bishop lies with cloven skull and his dead warriors around him, in the quiet of the holy Christmas night. And 4 days afterwards, the bells toll for a funeral in the convent of Borglum. The murdered bishop and the slain warriors and priests are displayed under a black canopy, surrounded by candelabra decked with crape. There lies the dead man, in the black cloak wrought with silver, the crozier in the powerless hand that was once so mighty. The incense rises in clouds, and the monks chant the funeral hymn. It sounds like a wail. It sounds like a sentence of wrath and condemnation that must be heard far over the land, carried by the wind, sung by the wind, the wail that sometimes is silent, but never dies. Forever again it rises in song, singing even into our own time this legend of the Bishop of Borglum and his hard nephew. It is heard in the dark night by the frightened husbandman, driving by in the heavy sandy road past the convent of Borglum. It is heard by the sleepless listener in the thickly walled rooms at Borglum. And not only to the ear of superstition is the sighing and the tread of hurrying feet audible in the long, echoing passages leading to the convent door that has long been locked. The door still seems to open, and the lights seem to flame in the brazen candlesticks. The fragrance of incense arises. The church gleams in its ancient splendor, and the monks sing and say the Mass over the slain bishop, who lies there in the black silver-embroidered mantle, with the crozier in his powerless hand, and on his pale, proud forehead gleams the red wound like fire, and there burn the worldly mind and the wicked thoughts. Sink down into his grave, into oblivion, ye terrible shapes of the times of old. Hark to the raging of the angry wind, sounding above the rolling sea. A storm approaches without, calling aloud for human lives. The sea has not put on a new mind with the new time. This night it is a horrible pit to devour up lives, and tomorrow, perhaps, it may be a glassy mirror, even as in the old time that we have buried. Sleep sweetly, if thou canst sleep. Now it is morning. The new time flings sunshine into the room. The wind still keeps up mightily. A wreck is announced, as in the old time. During the night, down yonder by Locken, the little fishing village with the red-tiled roofs, we can see it up here from the window. A ship has come ashore. It has struck and is fast embedded in the sand. But the rocket apparatus has thrown a rope on board and formed a bridge from the wreck to the mainland, and all on board are saved and reach the land and are wrapped in warm blankets. And today they are invited to the farm at the convent of Borglum. In comfortable rooms they encounter hospitality and friendly faces. They are addressed in the language of their country, and the piano sounds for them with melodies of their native land. And before these have died away, the chord has been struck. The wire of thought that reaches to the land of the sufferers announces that they are rescued. Then their anxieties are dispelled, and at even they join in the dance at the feast given in the great hall at Borglum. Waltzes and Styrian dances are given, and Danish popular songs, and melodies of foreign lands in these modern times. Blessed be thou new time. Speak thou of summer and of purer gales. Send thy sunbeams gleaming into our hearts and thoughts. On thy glowing canvas let them be painted, the dark legends of the rough, hard times that are past. And so, our quest through these timeless tales comes to an end. With the story's final words, you have completed this sleepy quest. May your dreams be filled with magic until the next adventure begins. Rest well, traveller.